G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with another Battle Brothers stream, but we're playing something a little different today. We are playing Battle Brothers Legends. So this is the Legends beta mod, and this surprisingly turns the game a lot more into what I've been mentioning in a lot of my streams, where I would like the ability to be able to just play as, you know, standard sort of D&D type characters. It doesn't give you all of that, it's not perfect, but this does add in some characters that have, you can have warlocks or necromancers, you can have seers that have a bit of magic ability and things like that. I'm going to start with the adventuring party playthrough. This gives you 6 characters. Unfortunately, always seem to be the same character, although the character is built randomly. But you get a berserker, a thief, or a berserker, an assassin, some sort of paladin-y type character, a seer who is like a wizard, a captain, whatever that is, probably a crusader type, and a ranger. So we're going to do that. We are going to call the company the Legends, I guess. Oh, that looks nice, the Griffin. Yes. Beginner, high, and I'll turn on Iron Man. So we have these new campaign settings that you can set to say how you want everything. I am going to make this a little bit easier for myself by turning on those two and turning off settlements start hidden, so I can just, because that's what the map normally is settlements usually in the game normally aren't hidden, and this just gives me a slight advantage with the citadels and towns being a little bit better buffed up. I'm going to leave all of these options on. I'm not going to go through them all because I don't really understand them all, but some interesting thing is we have basic magic, we can have women in the party, and we have this new thing with layered armor, whereby you start with like the underlayer, which is usually a gambeson, but can just be, you know, linen tunic or whatever, and then you put an outer layer on that, like mail. The mail can then have, say, plate on it, and then you can have like a tunic over the top. So that actually gives you, I think, 5 different levels for chest armor, which is, because then you can put a cloak on top of that, which I think that's the 5 levels. So yeah, we are Hermescent the Berserker, Burnell the Rogue, Sir Eswig the Crusader, Einar, who would be the Seer, Lady Jocelyn the Bear, and Albert, who is the Ranger. So, it uncovered more of the map than I really expected it to. But that's alright. That's a lot of settlements. That's good. That should be a nice start. So, let's just have a look at our party then. So, we have Hermescent the Berserker. I think that appears to be a lady. Certainly looks female-ish there. So she has this new man-splitter axe. Look at the fatigue on that though. 34. That is massive, massive fatigue. But she is loyal, and she is a night owl, so she has extra vision during night, and she is athletic. So 2 less fatigue for each tile travelled. Has insanely high melee skill. Look at that. But negative melee and range defense. She's got 1 star in resolve and 1 star in initiative, so her fatigue is not great. We'll need to buff that. We need to get her some armor ASAP. We have Burnell the Rogue, who is an assassin. He is swift, he is quick, he is loyal, he is determined. He currently has a rondel dagger, and these are, you can see here the levels of armor that I was talking about. So you have the rune layer, which is you can attach runes to your armor to power it up. You have the upgrade attachment layer, the cloak layer, the tabard layer, the plate layer, and the chain layer, on top of the normal, like the linen tunic. So I can have a linen tunic, and then I can add chain to that, and then plate to that, and then a tabard to that, and then a cloak to that, and then some sort of attachment, and then runes. So it's even more layers than I said. So Burnell the Rogue actually has a couple of levels that we can give her, and I'll do that in a sec. Oh, sorry, him. Sir Eswig the Crusader, he is got a nice Crusader sword. He has Crusader armor. Now you'll notice these are all checked out, except for the attachment and the rune layer. That's because the Crusader armor cannot have extra layers added to it. He's also got a closed flat top helmet, which gives him a total armor of 160 on the body and 170 on the head. This is a Crusader two-handed sword. Very nice weapon. Then we have Einar, who looks a little rough. He is our... Okay, maybe she is our wise woman. She is loyal. She is paranoid and fragile. But she has this ability here called Missile. That is one of her spells. And that's a really great way of actually doing it, because what that is, it's a perk. So every time you go up a level, you can take a perk which basically gives your character other spell-like abilities. I think that works really, really well. So I haven't played this a lot. I've just experimented enough to see that the other mods that I've got don't conflict with this, or at least don't appear to initially, and played a little bit with this adventuring party, and it certainly looks interesting. But every time I've loaded it, you get the same characters, just slight variations. Actually, we didn't look at the stats on these other guys either. So Burnell is high melee, high ranged, and he is going to go up in melee defense. And you notice he's got 4, so he's also got high initiative. His fatigue is actually pretty good for the sort of character he is. The problem I've got is he's very fragile as far as armor to be in the front line. So is our Berserker, but you expect that from a Berserker. Excuse me, eventually I will be giving both of these guys much more armor, but I'm sort of, with these assassin thief characters, I sort of feel like I should put them in the back line with a crossbow or something ranged. We'll see. But again, he has these guys, every class has custom perk trees that you can use. Sir Eswig, he has a high melee skill, but that's not his real specialty. His real specialty is melee defense, which is going to be very good for him. And fatigue, we'll be able to buff that, and he'll be quite a tank. We'll probably end up going... I'll probably keep the Crusader sword for him, but most of the time he's going to be sword and board. Ultimately, initially, so will most of the characters. Einar, she has reasonable melee skill, but she actually has high range skill. Now, that's the only thing I don't like about this. This is just treated like a normal bow. So this missile spell can miss, and it can even hit your companions. So be careful with it. She has really great fatigue, though, and that's because each cast of the spell uses up fatigue, just like swinging a weapon and stuff does. But the ability has... So it uses 16 fatigue to cast it. Now, while she does recover fatigue each round quite well, it means you can't just cast spell after spell after spell after spell. And it has a limited range, too. It's only got a range of 5 tiles. And she has to have the magic staff. She has to be using a mystic staff to be able to cast it. She's also got good range defense, so we'll definitely be leveling those up for her. Lady Jocelyn the Bear, she is our captain. So, I don't know quite what the captain is. It's sort of like a knight, I guess. It's a bit different from the Crusader that we have there. She is determined, tough, and strong. She has this lovely pike, and she has some reinforced mail shirt over a noble tunic. So you can actually see the breakdown there of the three things that she's got. She's got the reinforced mail, the noble tunic with the reinforced mail shirt on it, and a tabard over the top. Right, so, and I can click on each of these layers to separate them out and take them off her if I want, and then I can add them back on. Okay, so that, and each of those can contribute to her armor. Her helm's not great, it's just a duelist hat, but, you know, and she's got this pike. So she's good from a distance, but really high melee skill, high range defense, high resolve, high initiative. Fatigue isn't great, but with all of that gear on, she's got 80, so it's good enough. Excuse me. We'll give her a shield, and away we'll go. And then finally, we have Obert, who is a ranger. He is huge, he is bright, and he is loyal. And he is wearing, for some reason, look, I'm not going to ask. This is very much a case of don't ask, don't tell. But he's wearing nun's robes. And in fact, we may keep that and just add armor over the top of it, because I don't want to upset him. If he likes his nun's robes, he can keep his nun's robes. That's perfectly fine. We're not here to judge. He thankfully already has a hunting bow. Now, I'll actually just quickly have a look at some of the perks. So, there's a lot. You'll notice there's a lot more perks here, and I'm not really going to dive into everything because I haven't had a great look at everything. Although why berserkers would want to be ballerinas, I don't know. But everything's a little bit different. So, for example, like here's rotation as a level 3, where I think normally you get it as like a level 2. And there's a lot of, like, apparently there's like 350 perks in this variation of the game compared to like 70 in the real game. So it's going to be very interesting. What I'm interested to see is what the seers have, the wise women have. So we can see here that she can, adding to the missile spell that she has, there is a daze spell that she can cast. So it doesn't do damage, but it does daze them. She can summon a familiar. At this level, she has this stun spell, which a brilliant flash of light, which stuns and blinds and incapacitates opponents. She's got a staff block there. She's got a horrify spell here, as well as she can use taunt ability. She can't really this is the other thing, that very limited ranges of weapons that they can use. So she can use daggers, throwing, and staves. She has an entice spell here. She can also be really good at bandaging, and she has this revolt thing. Chain lightning spell sounds pretty good. What else? War chant is a bit of a spell. Levitate, sort of a spell. Scry, sort of a spell. Fire pot, teleport, field triage, heals up to 20 health per use. So that's good. Sleep spell. So yeah, it's interesting, some of this stuff that appears. The ranger, I love this. He has the ability to summon a hound. So he doesn't have a familiar, but he can have his animal companion, his hound. And then he can add different types of favorite enemies, spiders and dire wolves. Now, and you can summon a falcon as another animal companion. Double strike. You know, I haven't looked through all of these, but it's, yeah. Now, what they also have, I don't know where we can see it, but, oh, here. So, excuse me, you can see here that we have stash, ammo, gathering tools, etc., and then terrain modifiers. Now, the first group there, she adds 5 to the stash. That explains how much she carries as an individual in the party. All right. Ammo plus 8 means that she is able to produce ammo when you camp. At least I think that's the way it works. Gathering plus 30% is how much she can gather when you camp. Tools is how many tools she would use during camping. Hunting is how much she can hunt for you. Scout for you. And then meds is how much medication she can make. If we look down here, for example, at Ina, she has healing. So during a camp, she can heal your party members quicker. She contributes to the stash. She can make ammo. She can make tools and meds and all that stuff. Like, as I said, I don't understand all of them. I'm not sure what med consumption and injury quite do, but we'll hopefully learn all this as we go along. But it's really, really interesting, all of these different abilities. So when we camp, we can set up people to do various things. So our ranger, Obert here, he's good at making ammo. He's also good at hunting, training, and scouting. So we can give him one of those abilities when we camp, and off we go. We have a good time. Now, we need to level up our guys. Burnell the rogue gets 2 levels, and Lady Jocelyn gets 1. We'll do her first, I think. So, really, I'm not sure what this back to basics, the real, I mean, yes, okay. So what it does is, it basically means that you just sort of snap out of it. If you're fleeing, and you take damage, then you may actually just, you get shocked into stopping and go, okay, I need to get back into this, and you get control back, basically. Alert is nice, but I probably wouldn't give it. Bags and belts is a standard. Recover is a standard. Student is a standard. 9 lives, I think, is a fairly new one. Pathfinder is a standard. Crippling strike is a standard. Backstabber is normally like a level 3, I think, and adrenaline. Now, I think I normally take... Where is it? Is it even here? Most of my guys, I normally take the one that gives you extra attacks, extra ability to hit if you miss normally, which isn't here anymore. So I've got to pick something else. Crippling strikes sounds good. But I think Backstabber is better, so that you're getting a bonus if you're increasing the bonus if you're surrounding your opponents. So I'm going to take that. I don't think it has to be used with a dagger. Maybe it does. Bit late now. We'll see. And then we're definitely going to buff that. And you know what? I think we'll buff Resolve as well. Give her all those 3 big ones to begin with. So that's Lady Jocelyn. Burnell, our rogue, he gets 2. Adrenaline, recover, fast adaption is the one that I normally give to everybody in the first level. That sounds like a good one for him, but we can also take crippling strikes. Colossus gives him more hit points. 9 lives helps him out. Alert might be useful at some point. I think I am going to take fast adaption for him. And then the second level, Dodge probably is a good one. But there's so many new things here. Devastating Strike. Devastating Strike sounds like a very, very good one. And he can add favoured enemies, basically out of like the human range, bandits or caravan guards. Now, I would only take that if I was playing like a really evil group. I think I'm going to take Devastating Strikes here so that he does more damage with any weapon that we give him. So that should be good. And then we've got to do 2 levels here. I definitely feel that melee defense is worth doing. And melee skill. And initiative. And I think I will do both of those again. There we go. So that's everybody leveled up. This is definitely not going to be our entire party, but we start with those 6 guys, which is enough to do a lot of, I think, a lot of early missions. The party is apparently supposed to be not hugely OP, but it is supposed to be a really good start. I don't know. From my point of view, these 2 guys are rather weak, particularly to be in the front line. Like if I can get decent armor on the Berserker straight up, then great, and I can switch to some other equipment. Oh, the other thing I'm going to give Obert, the dog that we've got. And we've got a lot of equipment here, including a signet ring, which we can sell. And you've got this Traveler's Sash, which increases people's carrying capacity. And I might just give that to Einar for the moment. And that just increases, you'll see our capacity went up to 97. If I take that off, it drops back to 94. So that just, and those are easy to buy. That's fine. If I can get some decent armor for the Berserker, and if I can move the rogue to the back line, potentially with a crossbow or some sort of ranged weapon, and then maybe shields and other weapons for the guys in the front line, this will be a really strong party. Well, you know, the Einar isn't great. She is definitely a bit of a glass cannon. That spell of hers, though, does significant damage. 15 to 45. In fact, I think when I was looking at it in combat, it looked like it did even more than that. So, I don't know. So, first of all, we're going to sell that ring. Now, there's also lots of different food types available now, including things like fresh meat, stuff like that. So we've got cooking spices here. So I think you can use some of this stuff to cook up more fancy meals when you're resting. The other thing that there is rather than just being medical supplies, there is a small medical supplies, and the same with tools and with ammunition. So if you don't want to spend the full price, like this ammunition here is a bit dear. It's 190 for 50, which is normally only worth 100. If you don't have 100 or you don't want to spend 190 just to get 50, you can buy a half stack, basically, is what it is. There's also a plethora of new weapons, like simple slings. I haven't seen sling staves anymore, but I'm assuming they're still there. You've got sickles, you've got shanks, you've got shovels, you've got saws, you've got blacksmith's hammers, new tower shields. So there's a lot of stuff in here, and I'm sure some people have seen all of this, but I haven't, so I'm having fun looking at it and talking about it. So what we really need is some better protection for both our rogue and our berserker. Do we need helms? We only really need one helm, but quite frankly, she needs better protection than that duelist's hat. So let's see what we got in the way of helms. We might take those two for the moment, and we've got these simple leather jackets, which are pretty cheap. They don't add a huge amount. They only add like 10 to the protection, or 20 in this case for this leather jacket. But adding 20 protection is 20 protection. So I think I'm going to grab those as well. Just one moment. Okay. So there's really not much here in the way of shields or weapons, though. That's my biggest concern. I have a bow. Well, I can buy a bow. But you know me, I don't want to spend the full amount on a bow. Let's just armor up these ones first. So the red padded surcoat for you with that. So that's now got 75 armor and a helm. So you're doing pretty good. Let's give you a better headgear, and we'll repair that as we go. You can have the padded surcoat and the jacket as well. And that helps there. And so I really want to do that. I want to move him to the back line and see if I can find... Well, I mean, we do have the throwing axes. So we could start with that. It's not ideal. And what I might do is just... Oh, even the slings are expensive for what you get. Oops. Let's stay in there. So let's put the sling as a backup weapon after you've thrown the axes, and if you still want to stay back, we can throw the sling around. But what I'm thinking is we need to put Einar in the middle there, because she is not going to last very long in a fight at all. Let's get rid of these. I might keep that hat just in case there's nothing else going on. And I'm sort of tempted to try and find a couple of more people, being aware that, no, we don't really have the money to hire a couple more people, do we? Let's see what's available, because it's vastly different now. There's a lot of extra options. So first of all, we have a seamstress here, and we can see here that she has an aptitude for daggers, swords, spears, and throwing weapons, and she likes wearing light armor. I don't know if that means she can't wear heavier armor, but it gives you some idea about what she is as a seamstress. She improves our barter ability, a few items to the stash, etc., etc., etc. She's pretty good at crafting, though, which is good because we can craft stuff in this, so we might be able to craft better armor and things like that. She might be able to help us with that if we were to take her. So we have Nicholas, who's a flagellant, flails, cleavers, and slings, and he likes light armor as well. He's skilled in nine tails. Did she say she was skilled in anything? Skilled in repairs. So I don't know. Takes joy in feeling pain, stubbornly relentless. I don't think I'm going to take him, but we have our militia guy, but he's way too expensive for us to take at this point. He likes wearing shields and heavy armor, though. Aptitude for spears and throwing weapons. Has been instructed by someone skillful, is vicious, and can run all day, and is agile. He doesn't really help us with a lot. He could make some ammo, and he could use tools to repair things. Mostly, he'd be good at training. And he's already got some pretty good armour on him. We have a vagabond here who hammers, cleavers, staves, and throwing weapons. He likes wearing medium armour. He is practically indestructible. Straightened out the supplies in a speedy sprinter and has extraordinary endurance. That's nice to know. We're not going to take him, of course. What is that? Unknown character perks. Okay. We have a monk. He likes using flails, maces, hammers, and slings. Wearing medium armor. He's skilled at fighting zombies and vampires. He is skilled in healing. So I really want to take one of these guys to see if any of their perks is healing in battle. Right? So I think the first person we're going to hire, why can we not hire Randall? Because we're 6 of 6. Why can we not get more people in our party? Why are we limited to 6? Damn it. Right, well, I think that means that our best option is to spend all of our money initially on our party. So, was there any weapons and gear here that, even though I thought was expensive, I should get? We have 800. Not really. I think we'll stick with what we've got, although buying that bow, I could instead turn the ranger into, not the ranger, the rogue into a proper archer. And then we could, say, give the spears, the throwing axes. Hang on, who's better, Lady Jocelyn or... So Eswick is slightly better than Lady Jocelyn. So we can do that. I think we'll do that. We might give... Does it say she has any proficiency for... It doesn't really say. We might give her a sling as a backup weapon. No, there's no sense in giving her a backup weapon at all, because she needs the staff to cast the spells. And she can use the staff as a melee weapon as backup. So, yeah. No, that's fine. So we have 9 more days of food. And it now breaks down the food requirements, which is nice. Who's using what? So maybe we need to get some more tools. Just to make sure we've got enough. Oh, I've already got one. Not spare there. Okay. I don't know why that wasn't showing up there. And I feel like we need more ammo, even though it is expensive. I'm going to take one lot of ammo, and I just now realise that we're almost out of money completely. Let's sell that hat, and let's sell that sling, just to keep us in the good books. And we'll sell that, which we may regret later on. Let's see what these missions are. Unfortunately, they're both 2 skulls, but we'll see. Package delivery. Yeah, sure. 100 crowns. This is a 2 skull mission. Wow, maybe the economy has been vastly modified, because I've never seen a 2 skull mission that cheap before. I mean, I know we're not going very far, but really, that seems odd to me. And one thing that doesn't work with this is the speed up mod that I was using to go 3 and 4 times speed, but we can at least go to double speed. 100 crowns and 9 experience. Right. Maybe we have to wait until we get the mission, the ambition to get to 12 people for us to be able to increase our roster size. That would be annoying. if that was the case. Okay. Anything interesting here to buy? Straight staff, a wooden pitchfork. There's like primitive versions of everything, like wooden spears, shanks instead of, before knives, before daggers, etc. I don't know what there is as a primitive version of the axe, though. I don't think I want to know, quite frankly. Okay, nothing we want here. Let's see what this mission is. Hopefully it doesn't pay as badly as the other one. Okay, so they stole a lockbox. What's it worth to you? 150. Accept. Okay. What's the armor I got? Look at all that lovely stuff. Would be nice to start stocking up on shields if we can find them. Okay, we're looking for these guys over this way. But it's going tonight, so we don't want to be attacking them at night if we can help it. There they are. And there's 5 of them. I'll show you the camp mechanic. So what we have, if we click on the center there, is there are all of these different tasks that you can assign to people. So we can have someone hunt, gather, fletch, train, patrol, craft, repair. Well, there's workshop and there's repair tent. I don't really know. So this says salvage. Oh, okay. So we can set gear to be salvaged and turned into tools, which can then be used by the repair tent to repair other things. Okay. We have healing and we have rest. So at the moment, all 6 of our guys are set to rest, and you can actually see they've all got the little hand thing that's on there. So if I want to say set someone to hunt, she's hunting 20%. Oh, no, that's the rogue. He's hunting 20% as well. So we might set Hermescent to hunt. So if we click on her, she's now assigned to hunt, and it changes the little flag that she's got. If we want someone to gather, and it sort of then puts them in order of who's the best person to be gathering. So we might put Eswig to gather. If we want someone to make some ammo, well, actually, I don't know why they're all equally good. Oh, no, she's better. Don't know why. But we need someone to patrol. So we might have Obert patrol. And we don't really need anything else at the moment. Like, we don't need to craft anything, but we could set Einar to craft, and then Burnell is just going to rest. Oh, and we can actually specify what we want to craft if we have the gear to do it. Well, there you go. We don't have the gear to do any of this stuff, but we can set a crafting queue up there as well. Is there queues in any of the others? What's hunting? No, you can't do anything with hunting, or gathering, or fletching, or training, or probably because we don't have anyone on it. Patrol, we can't do anything, but craft we can. Workshop. Okay, so we could look at our stash and say, let's salvage this. Repair, we can say, let's repair this during this rest. And heal, we could say, heal these people during this rest. Okay, so if we leave, and then we're back here, we've got everything set up, we can now go camp. You sort of have to turn camping off when you're done, and then it gives you a summary. You gathered 1 unit of medicine, and you created 1 unit of ammo. time to get moving. So sun's almost up. We're going to... Oh, there we go, dawn. Let's attack. 2 arms. So there is a new type of bandit, a bandit rabble, and brigand poachers and brigand thugs. So this should be a supremely easy fight when they're all just rabble like this. And now that we've armoured everybody up a little bit more, but we do have a poacher back there who we can't quite attack yet. It looks like he's got a staff, maybe? He's got a wooden fork, a dagger, and that might be a wooden spear. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Pause. Okay, so he's already in range, the silly fellow. So we'll splat him. You can throw there. And you might as well... Oh, can't move to there. What a shame. But that means we can now attack. So let's just take him down with that big heavy axe. Now, will she have enough range? She will. 82%, 82. So this is the thing. This is a magic missile. Like, that's what it's called. But it's not... Well, it's just called missile. So it's not like the magic missile that you know from D&D, because it can miss. But that did... You know... What? Total of 17 damage. Not too shabby. Finish her go. There we go. We're not going to be able to hit him from there, but if we move forward, we will next round. Time to charge. I don't know if we'll be able to capture this guy. Or not capture, but take him out, because he's going to flee already, and we're just not going to be able to get close enough this round to get him before he flees again. So I'm actually thinking it's not really worth chasing after him. He's going to get away. What loot did we get? We got this so-called tip staff. So it's a staff with little metal things on the tip. A dagger and a butcher's apron. Oh, did I just not pick up those? Oh no, we picked them up automatically. Thank God for that, because I misclicked. Um, 150 crowns. Right. So we really didn't get much out of that, but we're going to sell that, and we're going to sell that. We'll keep the dagger because it might come in handy. Oh, look, a cheap shield, and let's grab a spear as well. Because that way we can at least maybe give our berserker a spear and shield to begin with, and then she can swap to the battle axe or the man splitter at a more appropriate time. Let's give you a decent dagger there. Right. Actually, yeah, I don't see any new mechanics in here. The other thing that I've mentioned in games that I would like to see in, so even if it's just you go to the Fletcher and they can repair your bows. If you go to the armourer, they can repair your armour. They can't, but you can do it yourself now by camping. So it doesn't seem quite so cumbersome. We don't have any missions here, and we're at full party size, so we can't hire anyone else. Let's head to Wallen. and see how that goes. We should be able to pick our new ambition soon, I would think. One skull mission, anything interesting? Well, there's really nothing to buy just yet. I'll keep that knife for the moment. Lots of very normal-ish sort of equipment and really low-end stuff. We could buy cloaks. These cloaks just increase the resolve of the wearer. So, nothing supremely good, but what does he want? Cemetery uprising. Right, let's talk money. 380 crowns. Okay. Let's go have a look. Where is it? All the way over there. I like how your little avatar there is a group. Sort of seems strange though that you have to still pay your guys a wage. But anyway, how many more days worth of food have we got? 1. Oh, no, that's pay. 6 more days. We're running low on money to pay the guys though. That's not good. Oh, joy. Six of them. Rightio. Very glad I put better armor on the Berserker, because in one of the playthroughs where I was testing this out this morning, I hadn't had a chance to upgrade the armor on the Berserker yet, and she got crunched up very, very quickly. Okay. See, it missed, and that it just doesn't seem fair that that should miss. It's a spell, for crying out loud. It should just work. You're going to stay here, and we're going to use repel. Oh, hang on, that's not... okay, it's not like a spear wall. Okay, we're not going to do anything. We're going to wait. You're going to throw your axes. They didn't do any good. You are going to spear wall, though. Right. In a way, that's good, because now we haven't killed any of them far away where they can eat each other and level up. So, that's not too bad. And we missed again. You need to switch to your big boy and... we need to kill this guy ASAP so he doesn't get a chance to eat that body that's there. Too late. Okay, you can switch to your Rundle Dagger and... man, she's doing nothing but miss at the moment. Okay, move to there, and then do... which one is it? Split. And then you miss. Is it worthwhile? No, it's not worthwhile you switching to better armor. Instead, it's useful. I'm glad I gave her a shield. She would not have survived without it. Oh, good, and you finally did something useful and killed, actually made a hit. And you can attack from that range, and we got through that. Very, very good. So, what we're going to do now, after we loot all of this, is we're going to, of course, head back to town, but night time's coming up, so we're going to, at the camp, heal up the ones who have been hurt, and so let's have a look at that right now. So let's see what we got. We have we don't have anyone healing. How do we remove people from what they're currently doing? He's resting. Oh, okay, click on here and then just go everyone to rest. Okay, so I can't see all of the things it says that these ones can do. Maybe, no. Okay, I think she's our best healer, so let's put her in the healing, and let's set the healing to, oh, we need 6 bandages to do that. Okay, so that's injury. That's in the injury queue. Oh, we have 31, so that's fine. Okay, so we're going to heal her, cut arm. We also, who was good at repairing? 30%. Okay, we're going to set you to repair, and you are basically going, oh, well, these are all the things to be repaired. Great. They're already in there. Let's leave it like that. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile putting a couple of people to repair, though. I'm assuming Obert can actually help with the repairs, but I can't get a good look at him because it shows it down below, not above. So I can't see all of his things, but because he's there, I'm going to assume that he's good at repairing, so we'll make him repair as well. I think we might just leave everyone. Well, we'll put someone on patrol. So let's put Burnell on patrol. What is she doing? No, I don't want you on patrol. I want you resting because you're injured. So let's leave. And let's do that. I really like doing this allies bonded friendship thing first, but the thing only allows us to have 6 men at the moment, and I'm not sure how I can get that to increase apart from taking this maybe. But I want to take that one first and see what happens. Okay, we got to dawn, so let's end the camp. So we got some good spirits out of that. Hermit the Berserker was healed for 16 points and her cut arm was treated. Time to get moving. So let's have a look at her. She's, yeah, okay, she's getting back her health and the cut arm is treated, so she will be back to full health in 1 to 2 days. Yeah, we have a real problem with it not showing all of the details. Good sometimes. It pops down to the bottom of the screen. That actually, let me see, that might be a problem with my options because I do have the UI scale up high. So let's switch that down a little bit and see if that, yeah, that does. It fixes it a bit. I just, with my old man eyes, I just always found the scale was a little bit too small to see some things, but I'll try and manage. Right. So, camping lost us our path that we were on back to the city, or the town, which was a bit of a nuisance, but anyway. There's also formations, which I haven't really played with yet, but yeah. And I don't know what the stables are all about. Like, I'm assuming that I can, like, move these. Why can I not move them? See, it won't let me move any of these guys into a different formation. Let's go to formation 2. I can't. I can move them around here, but I can't move anybody into any of these positions, and I don't know why. Whether it's something to do with the mission that the start that I made, where I have to keep all of these people in my party and I can't put them into the back line, I can't take them out of my formation, or what? I don't know. We'll have to just see, I guess. Right, let's sell those two. We've got 5 more days worth of food, and we've got 4 more days worth of crowns. Just wondering if it's worthwhile. There's another shield here. Let's buy that. So at the very least, I can give that to Sir Eswig while he has the throwing axes ready. He can have a shield. Rightio. Nothing else here for us to do. So let's head down here. Have we been here before? We have not. I think this is where we started. Yes. Well, let's go back there, because we did get missions from there, so we'll go back there first. Let's just buy a drink. Right. The Is there anything else we want from the marketplace that we can afford? That is the big question, because we can't afford anything, really. They don't have any more shields. They don't have any... Yeah, no. I mean, let's take a mission first. Let's do the two star. Delivery. So that's caravan guards, 70 crowns, 270 in advance, 270 for the jobs completed, provisions provided on the way. Let's go. Fell's Wall there, eh? The road... Oh, that road goes over that way. Very odd. Wow, I've been going for an hour already. Doesn't seem like it. No missions. Can't hire any more people yet. Gee, if we wanted shanks, we're set. This place has shank heaven. You know what? I'm going to do that. Let's give them to Lady Jocelyn as her primary weapons, and we'll put the put that in the back. I mean, that's not a great weapon, but... Oh, we had levels. Silly me. Let's do the levels. Okay, so our Berserker. What have we got? Alert, back to basics, Blood Harvest. 10% chance to hit for all area of effect attacks. That's from the two-handed sword perk group. That sounds really good. Colossus would be good too, to increase hit points. I'm going to take that. And then we're going to bump that. And we're going to bump that. And we're going to bump fatigue. Our Crusader. Is that what he is? Holy Crusader. Wow. Oh, does he have any healing things? Back to basics. Oh, he can take ghouls as a favourite enemy. Smackdown. Second Wind. Anyway, first level. Colossus, Crippling Strike, 9 lives, Student, Recover, Pathfinder, Belts, Adrenaline, Composure. Grants immunity to stun. Sounds nice. Seriously considering taking that. But I think Crippling Strikes is a little bit better at this point. And we'll give him that, and we'll give him that, and we'll give him that. Perfect. Her. No, sir. Sir, him. Einar, you... I don't know how good the familiar is, but I'm going to take it. And we'll see what it's like. Yeah. And fatigue is something that you really need to be careful with, because that's how much you cast spells, so we're definitely going to take that. Being able to evade ranged attack is good, and then we need to bump up your ranged skill, because that's what all of your spells land with. We are going to take the Summon Hound here, and that means I might give the Hound that we've got here in your stash, which I forgot to use last time. And we might give that to Hermescent. So you've got your Summon Hound. Later on we might come back and take, you know, Crippling Strike or something else from here. Lookout might be useful. Vision is increased by 1. That would be good. But for now, we need to level these. So let's level that. Let's level that. And let's level that. They all sound very good options. I haven't bothered to give him... I need to give him better... I need to give... yes, let's see. There's nothing to wear over his nun's habit at the moment, so we'll have to leave it. So there's some fresh meat. It only lasts for 2 days, but I'm assuming you use that with things like cooking spices and stuff, and have someone cook a meal at the camp. So there's a whole bunch of recipes for all of that sort of stuff. I should look at those when we camp next time. Can't do any more here. We can't hire. We need to find a mission, and we need one ASAP. Hang on. No, there's no... if there was a tavern there, I'd go and see if there was any free rumours of towns nearby needing mercenaries, needing adventurers, needing whatever we are. Okay, ranger missions here. Taxidermist. Apparently there's a lot of stuff now that you can get in here, and we're showing all of it, whether we have the stuff for it or not. Oh, this is good. We can see the food recipes. Great. This is what I wanted to see. So even if we just have... It doesn't say what we need to make cured venison, but it looks like there's 3 different things. Or is it just that this guy can't do it? Okay, let's not worry about that right now. Let's leave. Have a quick look in here. Infantry axe. Two-handed axe. Very interesting. Another cheap shield there, but we don't need them at the moment. If there was something in this level here that was cheap, like that simple leather jacket. Is there the next level one? There's just the leather jacket. It's not very cheap. Ah, there's a cheaper one. Let's get that, and we can put that on Obert over the top of his nun's habit. There we go. Looks a little weird, but yeah, it gives him just a little bit more protection, because that nun's habit's not doing much for him at the moment. We should do the same for the sorceress, whatever you want to call her as well. Let's pick one of these. Caravan guarded to Stakendorf. 100 crowns. Yeah, okay. Just one sec. Okay. Oh, the warehouse burnt down. Does sort of look smoky, doesn't it? Right. They're not going to have much of anything. What is that? A hoe. Okay, so that's considered to be a two-handed axe. These are chains, which are considered to be two-handed flails. Sickles are considered to be one-handed swords. Cat of Nine Tails is a one-handed cleaver. Interesting. Shovels are two-handed maces. We need missions that pay decent money. Package to Ottendorf. We need to be paid more. What? 100 crowns just to do that. That's all. It's a level 2 mission. And it's all the way over there. I'm going to probably run out of... funds before we get there. Okay, that didn't take too long, I guess. How many more days worth of food? 5. We've got plenty. Let's... graveyard again. Fine. Where is it? Over there. Great. Ghouls. Hopefully, things will go as well as they did last time. Even numbers, 6 each. Is it night time? Did I just screw myself over because it's night time? No, I think it's just raining. You gotta wait your turn. Let's see what the summon cat does. I don't know what the cat's going to do, but it's there now. And she still has enough to miss one of those guys. Okay. And you are going to summon a hound. Go get him, woof. And you can do a snapshot and miss there. You're going to wait for now. You are going to release the other hound. And then shield wall. And then you are going to do that. Wow, that cat's vicious. I think you should switch to that and then move to there. Come on, we want to kill these guys, this guy and this guy, before they eat the companions. Eat the dead bodies there. Very good. It's a risk to attack that one. Let's get you up in there. Oh, brilliant. You did well, cat. That worked really well. I liked that. Long live the animals. And we got some levels out of it too. Didn't get much in the way of loot, just some coin, but not going to complain about coin. So that was a very simple run. No one even took any damage to their gear. And I can just summon that dog again at any time. Levels. Perks. So, Lady Jocelyn, who is our captain. Executioner, which I always like at 2nd level. Fortified Mind, Gifted, Sprint, Composure, Onslaught. Move with off-putting speed, feinting, poking, battering, and catching your opponent off guard. Grants a 25% chance to apply daze on every hit with any weapon when your initiative is higher than that of your opponent. Wow. G'day T. Options. Or what's this? The bodyguard. Spend time training bodyguards to work together, increasing the company roster size by 2. That... I feel like I should take that, but this Onslaught sounds great as well. I'm going to take Onslaught for now, but maybe next level rather than... Well, we might even just take that at next level. But we need to take those, because that allows us to up the roster at every point. Now, what are we going to do here? Definitely need that. That's not a bad idea. And sure, we'll take Resolve for now. Yes, it's the Legend mod. I installed it a couple of days ago, but I didn't really have a good look at it. I had a look at it today and went, this is the mod that I want to be playing. Let's level up Burnell the Rogue. What have we got? Sprint. Escape Artist. Baseline 99% chance to break free from rooting effects such as nets and webs. Interesting. Exsanguination. Grant the passive ability skill Prepare to Bleed that primes your next strike to inflict intense but short-lived bleeding. Well, I hope you learned something about it. I'm learning as I go. Cool. I hope it's going well for you, your original run. You followed, so we are going to rename somebody after you. So maybe Sir Eswig the Crusader will now become Teopson's follower. There we go. In the middle of leveling up our rogue. So what do we see? A Sanguination gives a short bleed effect, basically. True Believer. No, it doesn't look. Relentless. Debilitate. Prime your next attack to cripple a target for 3 turns. Backstabber. Feint. If a normal attack misses, it costs 20% less fatigue than normal. That sounds great. But I'm doing mostly ranged. Rotation, Anticipation. I think Rotation would be a great one for me to take. But let's take Exsanguination and see if that works with a bow. 2 AP though. We'll see. We'll see. And then, yep, you're a Crusader now. We'll do that. We will do that. You know, we're going to do that as well. And then our Ranger gets another level. So what do we got? Onslaught. 20% chance to daze. So that was the same one that we just had with Teopsons. Favorite enemy spiders. Favorite enemy dire wolves. I'm tempted to take one of those. Sprint. Debilitate. Night vision. Gifted. Quick hands. Dodge. Bullseye. Executioner. Well, I've got to take Bullseye, I think. And then that, and that are good options. Right. Let's head back to town. Should have been speeding that up. Yeah, 330 crowns. Anything. We can't really afford to do much, but we'll buy some fish just to make sure we've got a bit more food on hand. And there's really nothing else we want to buy here except maybe those javelins, but we'll think about that in a little bit. Okay. Where can we go to here for missions? Well, let's go down here. Might as well. Okay, a couple of missions. Ooh, what's that? A militia glaive. Okay, that's nice. New weapon. Nothing else that's of any real major interest at the moment. Oh, we need to be careful of ammunition. Bugger. And that's really super expensive. No, this isn't the normal start scenario. There's actually like a dozen scenarios or more in the Legends mod. This is the Adventurer's start. So in the Adventurer's start, you get these exact characters. Well, not these exact ones, but you always get a Berserker. Actually, it starts basically laid out like that. You get this berserker who normally starts with the two-handed, some sort of big two-handed weapon. And it's not always a female, but you start with a berserker with a two-handed weapon. You then have a rogue who has a rondel dagger. You have a holy crusader who has his crusader's sword. You start with this wise woman or seer, depending on whether it's male or female. So they're basically your spellcaster. You start with a captain, male or female, and they normally start with a pike. And you start with a ranger who has, a hunting bow. And normally the rogue starts at level 3 and the captain starts at level 2. So you have level ups on those two characters to begin with. I've just moved them around a little bit. You also can't increase your party size beyond 6 in this playthrough. I don't know why yet. I didn't work that out when I started. I didn't realize that when I started. So I'm hoping that when I take the 12-man ambition, which I haven't taken yet, but I'm hoping when I do, it will then allow me to take 12 men. But we saw just before that one of the perks that the captain has here is the ability to increase the party size at every level, at each of the perk levels beyond whatever. And they all have all of these new character types, these new backgrounds, all have custom perk trees now. I don't know whether the old ones, like if you go and grab a butcher or a miller or any of those old ones, but all of these new ones, every one of these basically, they all have custom perk trees. So there's something like 300 odd perks compared to the 70 that was in the original. And as you can see, there's generally a lot more in them. But when you get down to the level 4 perks here, which are normally the weapon specializations, it's a lot less because, the captain is really expected to only be using polearms or one-handed swords and nothing else. That's what they specialize in. So that's what you can get. I don't think there's any restriction that stops you from using them. So, for example, I'm using a bludgeon here. There's nothing that actually stops me from using that, but she can't get, say, mace mastery. It's not available to her as a captain. So it's really interesting. It adds a lot more variety in, but just the ability that, and I still haven't worked out what all of the skills are, but I think monks now might have the ability to do some healing in combat. This Holy Crusader, did have something here that looked like it was healing somewhere. Where was it? Footwork, reach, advantage, overwhelm. No, full forge, return favor. No. I can't remember where it was, but I know I saw someone that looked like they had something that looked like it was a bit of a healing thing. No, maybe it wasn't the Holy Crusader. Maybe it was someone else. Was it the Wise Woman? Can she heal in combat? Like, a lot of her perks here are spells. So she's already got a missile spell, which acts just like a sling bullet. It can miss, but we just used Summon Familiar, which was really nice. She can also daze. She can stun. She has Bandage Mastery. And see the list of stats down there. So each character has a certain number of spots that they add to the stash. So that determines how much you can carry in general. They can make ammo while they're camped. They can be gathering ingredients for cooking or for medicines. They can craft tools, and they can use tools to repair items. They can hunt, they can scout, they can heal. And when you go into a town and you look at people to hire, right? So Sophie the nun, you can also see that she has an aptitude for flails, maces, staves, and slings, and she likes wearing medium armor. She prefers fighting skeletons and vampires. She's skilled in healing, seems well-informed, is calm, has martyr complex, and emboldens people to action. And then she's got, 50% to healing and adds 3 to the stash, and med consumption is 5% better, and she's at 50% injury. I'm assuming that's part of healing, but I don't really know. But yeah, there's just so much stuff in it. There's a lot to it, but it also looks like you can build some parties that can do some really nice things. It almost looks like you hardly ever need the temple anymore, because you can do most of that healing. If you've got a healer in your party, you can do most of that while you're camped somewhere. The only problem, though, is that you still have to pay your party, so you lose money while you're just sitting there healing, type of thing. I can't hire anybody, and I don't want to spend any more money, so let's just do a contract. Caravan escort. How much? Only 130. Okay, but I need the money, so let's go. It probably won't be very far. Where are we going? Yeah, it's a little way, but not too bad. A brigand thug, a few brigand poachers, and some bandit rabble. The bandit rabble are easy. They usually just have, like, the worst weapons available. Like, this guy's got a saw. That one's got a proper dagger. That guy's got a sling. That guy's got a sling. Or is that? Yeah, that's a sling. Yeah. Right, so first things first. This is our let's wait. You can wait as I should have well, this summons it. It doesn't matter if it dies, so yeah, let's summon the dog and then wait and let the dog go off and get some easy hits in, maybe. Oh wow, she won't be able to call up her cat because there's no spaces nearby. I'm going to move her to there so that she's got a bit more room. Is it worthwhile switching to the pike? 4 AP to switch. Not enough to attack, but we'll attack next round. I'm going to move you to there, and you can release the hound. And you are just going to throw. Brilliant. How much is one of those attacks? 4 AP. I can't use that because that's 2. Okay. You're probably not going to have the range. Yes, you are. Beautiful. Didn't do much damage that time. Normally it does a bit more than that. Can you summon the cat? You can. Listen to that purr. Someone really got that microphone very, very close to their cat to get that purr sound in. They really wanted that purr to sound good. She doesn't need her pole arm at the moment, but let's move her forward. Oh, poor doggy. That's all right. We'll get another one next time. It's that dog we don't want to lose, because there's only one of him. Can you get that close? You can't. You can get there. That was a better hit that time. A lot more blood in this version and grislier sounds when people die. Well, they had to add in the sounds when the women die, I guess, is what they had to do. Because they didn't exist previously. Let's move you to there. Oh, they've only got... He's got a shank. Oh, well. That was our long-term puppy. So, for that, you die. Can we reach him? 5% chance to hit. We'll take a shot. Good. Got him. That's all right. We summon the cat back again later. That leaves you 5. You can still attack. Oh, no. Why can't you attack? Oh, it's a 6 attack. That's why. Silly me. Didn't have to get that close. Yeah, that's it. We're not going to be able to catch that guy. It's over. 3 more levels. Not really much in the way of stuff, but what I haven't worked out yet. Armor is a bit different in this. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. In that you have layers. So this is actually, if we look in the stash, this is actually a leather jacket over a padded surcoat. So you can take the padded surcoat off. It adds 20. And then you have the padded surcoat underneath. And when you take damage, it goes through the layers. These here are both multi-layered, and I don't know how to split the layers off when they're here like that. The only way I know how to do it is to put it on someone and then split the layers off. Like that. But the idea is that you have an underlayer, which can be like robes or an apron or a linen shirt or a gambeson or whatever. And then you can put a chainmail layer on top of that, and then a plate layer on top of that, which is what the leather jacket goes into if you don't have plates with it. A tabard can go over the top of that. A cloak can go over the top of that, and then you can put upgrade pieces, and then finally there's runes that can go on armor as well to enchant them and stuff. So what I've got out of this is I've got some more simple leather jackets that I can chuck on people's armor. But there is some armor that you can't upgrade. So, for example, this Crusader's with the little X's there, this Crusader armor is already as much as can be done to it. Like, it's got a built-in cloak, it's got chain and gambus and all that stuff in it. You can't split it apart. You can't do anything with it. It's just... Yes, and the fatigue stacks. So if you have a gambeson that provides, say, 2 fatigue, and then you put chain on that, which might provide 10 fatigue, and then you put a tabard on that, which might add another couple fatigue. The cloaks, though, cloaks don't seem to provide armor. They do other things like add to your resolve. Sounds a little bit weird, but yeah. But what I want to do here is I want to just buff her armor up a little bit, and he's already got that layer. So does she. She's got a tabard over chainmail. Actually, is there anything under the chainmail here? Yes, there is. So she's got a noble tunic, which is only 25. So if I wanted, I could put a gambeson underneath that, which is, like if I grab this gambeson here, now that's 55. So I could give her a gambeson and then put the chainmail on top of that, which takes it up to 135, and then put the tabard on top of that, which takes it to 140. But if I didn't want to, I could take the tabard off and put the leather jacket on instead. Actually, no, I can go leather jacket and then the tabard, which takes her up to 160. That's right. It means you can just stack up some layers of really bad stuff and still get some decent armor out of it without having to pay. I mean, it's not cheap, you know. It's not super cheap to do this. It still costs you a little bit to go and buy all the pieces and put them all together, but it means when people drop armor, they might be dropping just pieces of armor, but that might be good because that might be just what you need. And it means that, you can just gradually start stacking up the layers as you manage to be able to afford to buy them. So I'm in the situation at the moment right here where I might as well put that jacket on her to give her a little bit more protection because I've got no one else who can actually wear it. Everyone else has already got jackets on. But she's the only one who's got a mail layer and a tabard layer. You can keep that rondel dagger. No one else needs that dagger, so let's level up. Okay. Kicking, onslaught, smackdown. 25% chance to knock back an opponent on any attack where you have more health and fatigue than them. Like that's an interesting feat. I love that, right? So it doesn't matter what weapon she's using by the sounds of it. If she has more health and fatigue than her opponent, she can just knock them back. I'm going to take that. That is a really nice little perk to have for this character. I probably should have buffed her health then, because it's based on health and fatigue. Oh, but you have to prepare to smack down? Maybe it's not as good. I don't remember if that was always there or not. So we're going to give her... Now, I really feel like Bullseye is useful for her, because if she does have to cast her missile spell at close range, then we don't want it hitting... We don't want friendly fire, and that's what that does. Or we can take the stun or the daze spell. I really think Bullseye, but we haven't gotten to a situation yet where she's needed to use the spell in close. That's the thing, though. I'm going to take the stun. Let's see. We haven't used it yet. It's another spell. And let's buff up. So we're always going to buff up her fatigue. So the spellcasters use fatigue as their mana. So you want to make sure they've got a lot of fatigue, and you know that missile spell uses ranged. I'm pretty sure the stun will as well. So we want to buff range skill. Not sure what else to buff at the moment. Range defense is probably good to begin with, but long term I don't know about that. And then you have another level. What are we going to take at level 2 here? Steadfast. So what does that do? Fatigue cost of getting hit or missed by regular attacks is reduced by 90%. Attacks that specifically target fatigue are unaffected. So we can make ghouls your favourite enemy. We can use onslaught, so you can daze with any weapon hit. 25% chance. Now, let's see. If I take that, which I think I will, True Believer, what does that do? Allies fleeing or dying no longer lower this character's morale. Interesting. Quick Hands, Steel Brow, Fortified Mind, Resilient, Dodge, and Executioner. I normally take Executioner at this level, but I think I'm going to take Onslaught so that we can daze with a weapon hit, but let's see. No, that didn't add in. That didn't add in an ability, so that just happens automatically. Good. Or is it because we... No. We didn't have... It's from the mace group. It doesn't say that you have to use maces. Let's... Because that's considered a mace. No, it's not listing. So it'll be interesting to see whether we get that ability without having to do anything. I might leave his sword out for now, for the next fight. No, I like to keep that ready. Okay, but we still haven't given you your buffs. Yeah, that, and that. I need to buff health on him at some point soon too, though. Right. Where were we? Oh, we're in the caravan. That's right. Oh, man, we're out of ammunition again. I can see keeping up with ammunition is going to be hard at the moment. I'm going to sell that dagger and I'm going to sell that. Yeah, I'm going to sell both of those as well because I want ammunition. It's not going to last us a huge amount of time, but we need the ammo. Some tabards, some leather jackets, some cloaks. See, the cloaks increase the resolve of the wearer by 3. Or this one by 1, depending on the level of the cloak. That's a noble cloak, that's a simple cloak. Tabards. Oh, but it does increase your armor by 20 as well. Oh, cool. That one does by 10. Padded leather armor is now a level 2. So that goes in the second slot. The same as plate is. Simple mail shirt, which gives you 40 protection and 4 fatigue. Gambeson. Or you can wear just a linen tunic underneath it all. See, the reason I really like this, about 30 years ago, I was a member of a medieval reenactment group here in Australia. And yeah, I have literally worn a gambeson with a mail shirt over the top of it and then a coat of plates over the top of that. So this seems really real to me. And a tabard over that. You know, that is the way that you actually, you know, at one period of time anyway, that is the way armour was made. You know, around the 15th century when you had the big Gothic plate and, you know, and they were heavy jousting and stuff, that armour is completely differently made. But around the 14th century, armour was literally a gambeson with a chain shirt, or a coat of chain, some sort of plate armour over the top of that, with a tabard, and then, you know, yes, you could have a cloak, and all that sort of stuff. So that's why I like this change to the game, because it is so realistically. Yeah, we do role-play tournaments, yeah. Or we did, yes. Although the problem was Australia's not the greatest climate to be doing this stuff in. I mean, even our winters don't get that cool. So when you're walking around in a quilted gambeson, which is, you know, like, take a picnic blanket, fold it over in half. That's the thickness of, and the same sort of material. And then they put linen on either side of that. That makes a gambeson, and that's a long-sleeved, down to just above your knees coat that you wear. You generally have like a linen shirt underneath it. You put your gambeson on, then you've got, you know, 10 kilos worth of chain mail over the top of you. Then you've got all these metal plates on, and then you've got a tabard on the top of that, and then you're usually wearing an Ackerton cap and maybe a chain coif or some sort of helmet. Australian summers, which get to, you know, 30 degrees or more Celsius, which is what, it's about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. You don't want to be wearing that in summer, so we did do most of our tournaments in the wintertime, but even our winters, you know, most of our winter days are still at around 20 degrees Celsius, which is about 75 or something, I think, Fahrenheit. So it's still pretty hot and heavy to be wearing that stuff even in winter. I'm in one of the northern states, though. If you were down in Victoria, maybe, or Tasmania, it might be better, but even then, they don't always get that cold. So yeah, I haven't done that for years, but I've still got my sword. It's about the only piece of equipment I still have. All the rest just went away over the years. Right. No missions. Can't hire any more people yet. I want to get to this friendly so that I can start doing missions. Let's cut through here. See if we can find some missions. Snow? What's snow? Dace, I have never seen snow in my life. We get hail. We get hail the size of golf balls here, like at least once a year. And that's not in the winter, that's in the summer. But as far as snow goes, we do have some snowfields down a couple, about 1,000 kilometres south of where I am. And then Tasmania has snow in some of its mountains. But we don't even get much rain in the wintertime here in Brisbane where I am. What are we going to do with our camp? I think we need someone to go hunting. So we don't need... Let's just reset everybody to rest for the moment. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? You're resting. There we go. So, we don't need anyone healing. I don't know if we have stuff to repair. No, we don't. So we don't need anything repaired. We don't want to scrap anything to make tools. I do want to look in the crafting menu though and see if if it tells us what we need to make some food. So we mustn't know how to make, cured venison components. Camp cooking from the fine chef perk. Cooking spice and fresh meat. Right, so we actually need a perk to do that. That's not good. I don't want to have to take that. We can make wine without it, though. Is there meals that we can make without the camp cooking? Doesn't look like it. Looks like practically everything needs camp cooking. Fermented unwhole heart doesn't. And making paint doesn't. So we're probably not going to do much in the way of cooking. So that's fine. But what we will do is we'll set a couple of guys to go hunting. Now, gathering, that gets us more medical supplies. I suppose it's probably a decent idea to get someone to do that. But we don't have anyone who has a good skill in gathering, so we're not going to bother with that. Although I could take... maybe we'll do one hunting and one gathering. I would love someone to make some ammunition. So I think... the problem is that Obert, our hunter, is the best guy to be hunting, but he's also the best guy to be making ammo. I think I'll get T. Opson to make some ammo. We won't bother with training. Training can be used... and we'll set someone to patrol. So we'll make that Burnell the rogue, and the others will rest. Let's go. Not that long before dawn. 1 unit of medicine, and we created 1 unit of ammo. Okay, time to get moving. That's alright. Marketplace. Not going to worry too much about food right now. I don't think there's much else I want to buy here. Although I have to remember that if I can find a cheap gambeson somewhere, the captain can use that because she's only got a linen tunic underneath that chain at the moment. And a gambeson would provide a bit more protection. We need to get some decent missions. Get some more missions, get some more kills, get some more gear. It's the way it works. Okay, there's a 2-skull mission here. Let's have a look. Caravan guarded. Yep, cool. How much? 300 crowns. Okay, not great, but I'll take it. I'm not going to haggle at this point because I need to get my... Where are we going? All the way down here. I need to get my renowned up a bit more before we haggle, I think. Oh, gems. Okay, get back to work. Yeah. a few brigand poachers, and the rest are bandit rabble. Not going to be any decent armor out of this, even if we were going to try and knife people for their armor. Let's wait. Summon your doggy. Actually, no, I'm going to wait on that for a sec. I want these guys in a bit closer and at a better... That is a hoe, but that's a two-handed weapon, so I've got to be aware of that. I want things a little bit... Yeah, more sort of defined as to where everyone's going to be. Okay, sling, archer. Right. Yeah, screw it. Pikey time. Okay. Yep, finish that off. Okay. Here, kitty. And then let's try the stun on... Actually, on that guy. Ah, see, it's another missile weapon, so it can potentially hit your own guys. So I think I'm going to stun this guy, because he's got a bloody blacksmith's hammer. He's stunned. Right, and then now we'll release the hound, and then we will... That worked out very well. Exactly as I wanted it to. Well, not exactly as I wanted it to, but I'm happy with the result, put it that way. And for once, the caravan hands are mucking in and helping out. Okay, who can we get a decent shot on? Okay. We can't get any of those guys back there yet. Oh, I can if I do an aimed shot, can't I? Let's do that. Missed. Okay, let's teach this guy that he's not safe back there no matter what he thinks. Four AP to switch to the man splitter. Nah, stick with the spear for now. Any hit's a good hit. I always say that. Let's try the... Stun. Good, didn't miss. Okay, maybe the stun can't miss. Because it doesn't show anything here about having to roll to hit. Okay, that's good to know. Hey, caravan hands, look, I appreciate the help, but you know what? Nobody steals my kills, okay? So you leave that guy alone. That's my guy. We're killing him. Let's put you there. Oh, that is such a bad recording as well. of the cat. That is really terrible. Again, it sounds like someone has just taken their iPhone and recorded a cat having a fight in the hallway. That was a caravan hand killing my bandit. Tempted to kill you now. I'm not going to be able to get close to these guys. They're all going to run. But let's make the effort. We have a cat and a dog that are going to chase them down. You watch. I'm going to try and move as far as I can. Oh, good. These two are going to fight. Might not last very long, though. Oh, the cat's decided he's going after that one. I still haven't tried. I should have been using that that ability that he's got. I wasn't going to move in close, but I might as well. And of course that means I can't really attack in close. Okay, we know stun doesn't miss. Or at least it hasn't yet. Yeah, cool. Very good. A little bit of damage to Opson, and that's it. A level for Lady Jocelyn. Oh, that's right, Dace. You've been chatting. I need to rename a character after you, because anyone who chats gets someone named after them, and if they follow, they also get their name after them. So Dace 205. And you're a follower as well. And that's 05. Right. Where are we? Let's split those out as well, and split that out. Is that everything split up? That is, and we'll put his. Now, Dace, when we started this, your character was wearing a nun's robe. He is a male, he has a beard, but for some reason, he's a ranger who wears a nun's robe. So I made the decision to respect his wishes, and I'm just adding armor to the nun's robe. So he is still wearing a nun's habit underneath his leather jacket at the moment, and if we get him a chain shirt, he will be wearing his nun's habit under the chain shirt. So just letting you know, I fully respect his choices on whatever he does. That's fine. Yeah. So that happened. Okay, Lady Jocelyn, level 3. I am going to take this perk here. Well, let me look at the other ones. Favorite enemy caravan? No. True believer. They don't flee as much. Tool drawers. Organize your tools into label compartments so you carry more. Increases tool supply. It's a bit weird. Inspiring presence. Rousing speech at the start of every ballad grants allies a chance to start the battle at confident morale unless prohibited by character traits. The percentage chance for each ally to gain confident morale is a third of your resolve. Her resolve is 69. That would be 33. No, sorry, 23. Small chance the speech backfires and sets your allies to wavering instead. There is a 2% chance of backfire at 50 resolve, decreasing to 0% at 150 resolve. That sounds like a really good perk to have. Or rally the troops, feint, taunt, rotation, anticipation, brawny. Oh man, like that inspiring presence sounds really good. But I think I'll take it later. I think for now I want add 3 to the team, which it doesn't show yet, but let's hope it does as soon as we finish here. Yep, we'll give you that, and we'll definitely give you resolve because that helps with some of those things. Yes, 6 of 9. Brilliant. We can hire more people, finally. And then we get attacked by another group of brigands. Bandit rabble, a few brigand poachers, and a brigand thug. Should be easy again. I'm going to do prepare to bleed and then wait. Let's stun. Can't reach those guys in the back. Let's wait instead of stunning straight away. And I'm going to wait for you as well. Let them all move forward, and then I'll work out the best ones to attack and the best time to release the hounds. Okay, they're all coming down this way. And they're bunched up so tight that I think it feels worthwhile to me to get that out. Don't have to move yet. And it feels worthwhile to get the man splitter out. She hasn't had a chance to really swing that around. And what I think is get up there. Now, sorry, Miss Bandit, but you're my first target. And your friend next to it was my second. This one up here, trying to hide. Okay, so that shot was wasted because I had that bleed thing on it and it didn't hit. So that's annoying. We want to stun. So stun this guy. This guy already looks like he's just been poleaxed. So he's stunned now. Good. And is there a free... There's no free spot to summon the cat. Right. So, no kitty yet. Release the hound. Put him there. And then take a shot at him. Well done, doggy. And again. Try and sneak up on me, will ya? She's out of range. Move to there. Stun, unleash the kitty. And I went and got the man splitter out to use, and there's no one to split. It's only that one. I wanted to do a big swing and get a whole heap of them. Yeah, I do sometimes use the precise shot. It depends. It gives you more range, but I also like the ability to take multiple shots. Like if I'm out of... Oh, no. What am I doing? I meant to switch weapons there. There we go. And missed for him. See, if I do a quick shot, 9% chance to hit that guy with only one hit, 13%, it's not a huge difference. Sure, it's more range sometimes, but, it is more accurate, but I can get two shots at the decreased chance to hit. If they both hit, I've had two shots, so I don't know. I do sometimes use the accurate shot, particularly against people who aren't wearing head armor, because I can't confirm it, but it just seems like when I shoot against someone who has no helmet on, no head armor at all, it's more likely to one-shot them if I use the aimed shot rather than the quick shot. So like this guy, he has no armor really. He has... Oops, hit the dog. But yeah, it seems to one-shot them so much easier with the aimed shot if they don't have head armor. God damn it, it missed. How annoying was that? Get him, kitty. That's alright. You did kill my dog. I'm going to kill you for it, but at least I can get that doggy back at any point. Let's stun him so he can't get away. That is a really good ability. If you get a seer or a wise woman, take that stun ability. It works really well. It never misses. It's great for trapping guys like this so that you can then just hack them apart. Like that. Hermosec got a little bit of damage. That was it. Loot. Simple leather jacket on a butcher's apron. Simple leather jacket on a linen tunic. Yeah, we want all of that. And we're still on our caravan run, so we're getting some coin. I think we're getting paid. Are we getting paid per head? No, we're not. Damn it. If we were getting paid per head, we'd be laughing about now, because we've got so much gear. What else? That one needs to be split apart. And that one needs to be split apart. Anything else? No. You can put your gear back on. A hoe. No good weapons at all. I mean, the slings I could keep as a backup for ranged characters when I finally get some, but I'll get some more. Right, what are we going to do for a third level ranger? We can take Devastating Strike. So it's basically 10% extra damage any weapon. So we can increase the maximum amount of storage by 10. That seems like a pretty useless perk, really. I mean, sure, extra ammo storage is great, but Summon Falcon. Summon a Falcon to guide you in battle. Now, I've got a feeling all the Falcon can do is scout out the rest of the field looking for opponents. I'm probably going to take this because I've never used it before. But I really want this double strike as well. I'd love to see if that works with ranged attacks. Relentless. Feint. Rotation. Anticipation. Backstabber. Because it doesn't mention whether double strike is with melee or not. So that might actually work range. But I'm going to take Summon Falcon for now and see what it does. Gain vision of the surrounding 12 tiles for the duration of the current round. Can be used once per battle. Looks pretty useless, actually. I probably shouldn't have taken that. But I'm doing Iron Man, so there's no going back from it. We'll find a use for it. It'll be right. Be nice if we found some Gambesons. I mean... Let's go Caravan. At least we didn't lose any men in those battles, which was good. 555 crowns and 47 experience. Why did we get 555 crowns? It was only supposed to be 300 and something. Shall not complain. We can finally hire some more people. And there's only a single juggler. How annoying is that? At least there's a couple of missions here to do. Okay. Probably should have set some of this... say maybe that leather jacket. Because that's a full leather jacket. I should be giving that to somebody. Simple leather, simple leather. I'm going to get rid of most of the simple leather jackets, but a full leather jacket is a little bit... Oh, we had levels too. Oh, we got those levels because we're also now getting experience when we finish missions. That's why I keep missing that. That's our Berserker. Yeah, fatigue. Might do that. What perk are we going to give her? Brawny, Anticipation, Rotation, Taunt, Feint, Debilitate, True Believer, Sprint, Grappling, or Second Wind. Fully refreshes your fatigue when falling below 50%. Yes, please. That looks like it might even be a passive, because it doesn't appear down here as an ability. So that is great. T-options. What are we going to do for you? Second Wind. Tool Drawers. No. Rebound. Shield Expert, Feint, Taunt, Rally the Troops, Rotation, or Brawny. Or is it worthwhile grabbing something from one of those previous levels? Well, that would be useful. Brawny would be very useful to reduce the armor fatigue. Rotation I don't see as... Yeah, that's the thing. You are the tank, pretty much, because you've got the best armor at the moment. The Crusader sword isn't really a tanky sword. It's more of a, get it done sort of thing. But I'm thinking either Shield Expert or Brawny would probably be the sort of things. Or maybe Taunt. They're the ones that I'm thinking. Now, I often take Shield Expert, but I think I need to find you a better sword to use, like a normal sword to use, if you're going to go sword and board. And then I see an advantage then of taking Shield Expert. But at the moment, the shield is only really there to be held while you've got the throwing axes to give you that little bit of extra protection before you wade in and start hacking and slashing. It's basically there to protect you from slung stones and arrows and things like that until the enemy gets close enough that I'm going to pull out the Crusader sword and start swinging. So I don't feel that the Shield Expert is useful just yet. I feel either Taunt or Brawny are the best options here. And I think, even though Taunt is nice to get them to come to you, it only works on one target rather than a group. I think reducing the fatigue from your armor will be that much better. So that instantly gave you 6 extra fatigue points. That's going to help in the long run, I feel. Because we're going to be bumping your fatigue anyway, I think. Yes. So I think that will work better. And then Einar, we have Staff Block, Horrify. Blare out a piercing, unworldly sound that is more than likely to distress anyone unfortunate enough to hear it. Okay, so that sounds interesting, but does it affect your guys? Or only the enemy? Because really, that is the only magical type ability here. So I'm definitely going to take it. What I don't know is if it's going to do anything to my guys as well, if it's going to demoralize them, or if it's only going to distress the enemy. So we'll find out in the next battle, I guess. We definitely want fatigue. Ranged protection is good, and range to hit is good. Okay. So I said I was going to put, where was it? That leather jacket, because it's 20 rather than 10. So you've only got a simple leather jacket. That gives you 90. You've only got a simple leather jacket over your nun's habit, which only gives you 42. So let's take the simple leather jacket off that and put the full leather jacket on it, which still only gives... Oh, you already had a leather jacket. Okay. That's fine. So then take that off and put that on. And that takes you to 100. I'm starting to regret leaving Dace's nun's habit on there, because the nun's habit is pathetic as far as defense goes. It would be better to use almost anything underneath there. What is it? It's only... Oh, it is 22, actually. So that's better than like a linen tunic. It's just not as good as... Okay, so we're going to sell a couple of these simple leather jackets, but I need to keep at least 3 of them. So we should probably repair that one, and I'll sell that. We don't want those leather wraps. We don't want the butcher's apron. We don't... Well, the blacksmith apron, it's better than the other thing. So let's get rid of that, and that, and that. The butcher's apron's even... How is a butcher's apron better than a blacksmith's apron? Like, growing up, my parents owned a cake shop, and it was right next door to a butcher shop. And I can tell you, the apron that those butchers wore wasn't much different from the apron my father wore. It was literally just a cloth apron. Although I think in later years they did start to have plastic ones. But a blacksmith's apron is leather. It's going to be even better than a butcher's apron. We don't need a leather tunic. I'm going to keep that so we can sell it. What else? Don't really have enough money to play around with much stuff. I think I'm gonna give you this blacksmith apron, Dace. I can't stomach the fact that the nuns' robes only do 22 protection. So if I give you the blacksmith's apron and then we put that on, you're up to 60. So that's a little bit better. So I'm sorry, but we might be selling the nuns' robes. And I said I wanted to... Actually, I should have given you the butcher's apron. That was even better, wasn't it? Hang on. Take that off. Butcher's apron. Then that. Right. 65. So we might keep the blacksmith apron and repair it. Let's... I keep forgetting to do that. Let's mark both of those for repair. And then we're going to sell one of those and we'll keep the others. Okay. I feel like we're getting low for food, but this says we're not, so let's not worry about it. We are low for ammunition. And that's a lot to pay for it, but I think we need to. We need to get a couple more missions that are paying some decent money. Something simple, easy. Okay, hunt down whatever's doing this. Okay, 410. Fine. And 100 crowns to start with. Okay. 440. No way am I taking you for 440. Actually, who was it who was asking about this? Let's just pause for a second. Oh, it was you, Teopsons. One of the game starts that you can do in Battle Brothers Legends is you start off as a circus troupe. So you're basically all jugglers when you start. So I think that would be fun to do. There's another one where you start off as a single beggar by yourself. Just you as a beggar. You have a lot of disadvantages because nobody likes you because you're a beggar. So the rich don't like you, the poor don't like you, everyone hates you basically. And I don't think you start off with much money either. Or much gear or anything. You're a beggar. You've just got to try and start from nothing. I don't know if I'll ever really be playing that one, but yeah, we'll see. 7 spiders, hey? Well, that's 5, so we're at 6. One more. No, 2, 4. Yeah, that's only 6. There's one more hidden. Okay, let's try this. Was that the bleed thing? It must have been. Okay. You're done. Let's go kitty. There. And then horrific scream. Oh, you have to be within 4 tiles, and it uses the ranged skill. Okay, so that's not that great an ability, the horrific scream. Let's see, the falcon just gives you, a really good view of the field. Okay, so we can now see that there's supplies. So, falcon, great when you're up against necromancers and you can't, and he's hiding way off beyond sight, or you're in a forest and some of the terrain is blocked around you. I can see where I would be using that then. And I can't summon my hound now, and I can't attack because the falcon used up too much AP. Let's switch to that straight up. There we go. And you know what? Get the splitter out and move forward. There we go. The cat getting injured sounded pretty pathetic too. Right. Release the hounds. Do you have a backup weapon? You do, it's just a dagger. Oh, of course, it's right there. I keep forgetting I've got that there. I'm going to pause, because if the mage can get rid of that guy... you can't attack there. Okay. There we go. I really want to do that swing. But I'm not going to. And that missed. Of course it missed. I should have just used stun. Yeah. And you've got the sword out. Oh, no, you haven't. Now you've got the sword out. That didn't do much damage. Okay, we'll switch to the dagger. Which one is it? Stun. That one. There we go. Yeah, move to there. Why not? You need to break free. That thing's spawning more. Good. You can switch back to your bow and take a quick shot at that one. Oh, that was the staff stun. Or staff days. Yeah, I did that wrong. But that is a polearm weapon, so I might as well try that. Aha! Well, I only hit one, but still. And didn't kill it. But still, that was fun. Let's get him, dog. is broken, so there's not going to be any more spiders. So they're probably going to get, apart from that one, the rest of them are going to get away, I think. Yeah, I love the sounds in this game. Just as I said, the new sounds for the cat are a little bit wonky. But just generally, there's so much about, whether it's the plain game or the mods, the sounds, everything about this game is so immersive and sounds really good. Five is what we want. And we're done. Once again, Hermescent, whatever her name is, gets a little bit of damage. And all we got is one bloody poison gland. That's it. How terrible is that? Back to town. Yeah. Doesn't matter if that dog survives. I basically summon it at the start of every battle. It was the other dog that I had. You get that dog at the start of the mission, and he died. So I had essentially one dog and a summonable dog. And the dog that I had that wasn't summonable, that was in the carrying slot, he died. Any more people? No, it's still the really expensive juggler. We'll sell that. Okay, so we've got some more food. I might buy another one of these travelers sashes so that we don't really need it. We're not running low on supplies, but if I always... No, it doesn't work that way. So we had a dog that we got at the start, which is like a kennel dog, right? And you put that in the slot up here, the necklace slot, and you can release that dog whenever you want. If he dies, he dies. He's gone. But the ranger, one of his perks is summon a hound. So at the start of every battle, you can just summon that hound, and it will just appear beside you. If it dies, next battle you can just summon another one. You don't have to go and buy another dog from a kennel. You just summon one at the start of every battle, and you've got a dog to use. You've always got your animal companion. If you don't use it, you don't use it. But if you do, summon him whenever you want in the battle. If he dies, no big deal. He comes. You can do it next battle. You can do it again. You can just only use it once per battle. That's all. Oh, might as well assign that sash to someone. And since you're not going to be bringing a hound into combat anyway, because that will do that. And so now we can carry 100. Oh, well, I was actually looking for supplies, wasn't I? 880. I feel like I should be buying some more gambesons for people to wear under their armor. So let's grab that gambeson, even though that needs to be repaired. You've got a gambeson under yours. You don't? No. So, if we give you a gambeson there... Actually, let's... What was your armour with all that on? Your armour was 120. So if we switch to the gambeson... Oh, that was only a simple leather jacket too. If we give you a full leather jacket, you'll be even better. You'll be 10 more. So that was reinforced mail shirt, simple leather jacket, and a tabard. And you're now 155. 165 if we get a full leather jacket. Or if we go to coat of plates or leather armour or whatever. Right. Very good. We'll sell that. Actually, how are we doing for head armour? Everyone's a bit low on that. I think I might get some of those. I might get that and that. It's a little pricey, but we'll do. And then we'll take this next mission. I just want these guys to have slightly better. Let's give you that one. And you that one. Yes, that's good. Okay, take this other mission. $480 crowns. It was to get, follow some tracks. Okay, fine. Oh no, it's down here, these ones. Coming on tonight. I might camp just because I want someone repairing. Who's our best repairer? What have we got you making our ammunition at the moment? And you're out hunting. Repair 30%. Gonna make you repair. Yep. I don't normally sleep when I'm on one of these missions, on the chance that maybe the guys would get away, but I thought it was worth a look, see if it would be any better. Okay. So, 9 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. They're all lined up. Great. A hoe. That's a staff with a metal end. That's a staff. Couple of wooden head bangers. Cleaver. A saw. A sickle. And an axe. Easy peasy stuff. Let's skip your go. Skip your go. When will these guys learn? No armour, just a rag around his head. No head armour, no head armour, no head armour. So we know what that means. Actually, let's get the puppy out as well. Well, head armour didn't help him there at all, that's for sure. Yeah, switch to that and wait. And you can switch to your big one and wait. These guys aren't, like, there's no ranged weapons. These guys aren't going to be a threat at all. Let's stun. Who is the most dangerous opponent here that we can get to at the moment? Got a feeling it's this guy, because that's a polearm. So he can't get at the puppy now. Good thinking. Oh, I should have released the cat as well. Can you attack? Yes, you can. No, it's not worth unleashing the falcon. So swap to your dagger and try and shank him, but you know, maybe next time. Release the kitty and then stun this guy. Stun didn't last very long. Stun him again. Kill him. Switch to your weapon and move in so he can't move. Get him, kitty. There we go. Sick him, Rex. And we're done. The only person who ever seems to get injured lately is the Berserker. Admittedly, I'm throwing them into pretty heavy combat, but still. What is that? Oh, that's not bad. Thick leather, a thick tunic with a simple leather jacket. Sackcloth and simple. I might even just sell that one completely, and that one. But the thick tunic is good. If I just like the full leather jacket rather than the simple one, if I can. We got some fresh meat. Where did we get fresh meat from? Oh, when we were hunting. When we can't. Collect LP. Let's... The thick leather tunic is... $35. That's not as good as the... No, it's not as good. Okay. And those robes you've got provide a lot of protection. And you've already got a padded surcoat. So... that might just be for someone else when we do manage to hire other people. No one to hire. Let's have a drink. Get everyone's spirits up. We said we were going to sell that and that. We're going to keep that. We're going to keep those. Why is that not being repaired? Oh, it is marked to be repaired. Good. And then we want to sell that. I might keep those, but we'll sell that. I'm going to buy a couple of shields and some more javelins. Shields are always useful. And the javelin, we're going to do the same trick with the berserker that we've done with the crusader. And that is, we're going to get rid of that spear. And instead, the berserker's just going to have javelins and a shield. She's going to be terrible with the javelins, but she'll just swap to the man-splitter once she's got nothing to throw at. And these are spare shields, really, but they can also be used with our new guys with these weapons if we need to, because we can hire 3 more people. Ideally, I want to hire some melee, actually. But I'm also looking for really just anyone who's different that we haven't seen before, because I want to see, like, if I can find someone who, someone who can be a battlefield healer is what I really want. So, have we been there yet? No, let's go down there. I want to see if there's battlefield healing, because I don't know if there is a wiki or anything for this mod, but I haven't really found anything. So there's a lot in here, and it's a little hard to tell what it is, because there's not really anything about it. Okay, what do we got? We have a thief. She... I think it's a she. Yeah. Yes, it is a she. Prefers light armor. Prefers fighting nobles and mercenaries. Skilled in knives. Is brutally harsh. Yeah, no. We have a eunuch. Cleavers, daggers, slings, and maces. Likes wearing light armor. Skilled in bartering. Creative imagination. Responds evasively. Projects peace of mind and sees their own torture as absolution. He's good at healing. Can do a bit of repair. I still don't know what the injury plus 30% is. Oh, healing might be healing like hit points, and injury might be removing those, like punctured cheek injury type things. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're different. He's also good at gathering. And then we've got the cultist. I haven't ever taken a cultist before. I don't think I will now. We have a widower. Really? Okay. I don't know what a widower... I know what a widower is. Someone whose wife has died, but I don't know what a widower as a background would be. Anyway, we've got another cultist. We've got a caravan hand. He's a good price for a caravan hand. Only 430, but we've only got 580 coins. Damn it. But I would take him in a heartbeat if I could afford him. He's already got some armor. He's got a gambeson and something on. It's just a gambeson. And he's got a knife. Man, if I had the money. A historian, right? I could afford him, but they're terrible. I know that from the main game. Yeah, and the problem is I don't know options if there is actually someone in the game that heals, but I think there might be, and that's what I want to try and find. Like, in particular, I want to see if the monks do, because I think the monks are like the clerics of regular D&D, and if they have some perk that allows them to do that, that would just be great. Yeah, they have funny events, but they always have terrible fatigue, and they're really not that great at much as far as combat goes. How much was the other eunuch? He was 230 and 7. This one's only 110, but 110 and 8. eunuchs have pretty funny events as well, I think. And then there's the miner. Was it the miner? No, it was the miners have got terrible fatigue as well for some reason. I'm going to take him. He's terrible at everything except gathering. Cultists aren't much good at anything. I'm tempted to take this guy as well, but I think let's just set up this guy in our roster first. So let's give him, well, that apron and one of these is better than that. And give him that and that. I don't think it says what weapons he's good at, but I think it's basically most of this stuff that's listed here. So he can get mace mastery, sling. I might give him a cleaver for now. Although spears are a little bit better, aren't they? Yeah, we'll give him the spear. I didn't even look at his abilities. He's tiny. Oh, great. Sure footing. He's got decent melee skill. He's got pretty good ranged as well. I could make him ranged. Fatigue isn't great, but it's not terrible. He's got good melee defense. Okay. Well, I mean, with that range skill, I probably should have him use the javelins. Maybe once we get some more javelins, we'll do that. Oh, we can't just combine those unless they're on a character. Okay. That's fine. So we didn't have to spend any money to get him to a state where he's usable. But we only have 230 coins. Was there missions here? There was. There's 2 missions. Let's see if whichever mission we pick, and I always pick the second one, I never pick the first one. If this pays up front, 50 crowns in advance, and 190 when it's done. I need more. Accept that offer. Okay, I'm going to hire this other guy before we go. I'm going to take this other eunuch. Oh, he is a very good fighter. What's he wearing? Leather jacket on linen tunic. Okay, so let's make that leather jacket on thick tunic, which gives him a little bit more protection. And give him that. And he's loyal and a night owl. And he's got hit points and fatigue. So yeah, we'll give him that and that. Put him on this side. He's going to be a bit tanky as well, I think, because of the hit points. And the fatigue will allow him to carry a bit of armor if we want to, if we can get him to that point where we can give him armor. Right, let's do this mission. 3 days east by road. Hang on. We don't have enough food for that. Let's get some more food. What are we going to get? That's 3 days food. That's a bit dear. Let's just get that. There we go. That'll be plenty. all the way over there. And let's go, speed up time. Which one had 88 starting fatigue? Yeah, before we gave him all of that gear, he had 88. Yeah, it's down to 72 now that he's got some equipment on. Apart from Opsons, he's got the best fatigue of our front line. All of our back line have got mostly good fatigue, except for the rogue. How are we doing on healing? Oh, yeah, she's all good now. I was going to camp up and try and heal a bit more, but I think we'll just go through. No, the eunuch did have that. It was just with the... once we put the weapon and shield on, it came away from that. Okay, so technically we can hire one more person, but let's see what this two skull... Ooh, what is that? We can hire donkeys? Wow. You still have to pay them a daily wage, though, and they have character traits and everything. That is cool and weird at the same time. Let's see what this mission is. We might just have to do this mission and then come back. What does it pay? 460. 15 crowns per head for up to 30 heads. Okay, I can't afford... He better be paying... Let's just leave and see what it says. No, he's not paying for food on the way. Where the hell are we going? There. We'll be right for food. Hopefully. Stop being so paranoid. Here we go. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we're not. Maybe we are going to run out of food. Oh, we're out of money. Jeez, that's not good. There we go. Ouch. We're down to minus 400. We're going to be 0 after this mission. Unless we get attacked on the way and make some money that way. Looks like I spent a little big when I hired these 2 extra guys. Yeah, we are still negative even after this mission. Might have to let a guy go. Is there anything we can sell to make some money? Not really. We're super low on food. Can sell that axe, but got a couple of levels out of it. The eunuch's got some levels. Lookout. Prisoner's Rush. Wow. Interesting. Bags and belts, adrenaline, fast adaptation, alert, student, sling spinners. Gain plus 12 range skill and 25% armor damage while using a sling or sling staff. Interesting. So that's the eunuch's thing. I'm going to take fast adaptation. But everybody's unhappy because we've run out of money. Wish we had something in our gear that we could sell to make up the rest. Our rogue. What are we going to get? Camouflage. Blend in with your surroundings and remain hidden from enemy for 3 turns until your next attack. Poison immunity. Poison mastery. Unarmed mastery. Crossbow mastery. Throwing mastery. Bow mastery. Polearm mastery. One-handed sword mastery. Dagger mastery. Well, I feel like I should take bow mastery there. And yep, and yep. And this guy, hang on, he's also a eunuch. Why doesn't he have alert, back to basics, crippling strikes? But this one had fast adaptation. This one doesn't. It must be on an individual level. I've run out of money options. I'm in negative money at the moment. And I've got nothing I can sell. I'm really low on food as well. I need a mission that's going, and there's no missions here, so we're really screwed at the moment. I shouldn't have hired those 2 guys. I should have only hired 1. Because my daily costs are 210 crowns per day, and I'm not bringing that in. If there's no missions here, we're probably... Thank God for that. Let's talk money. 720 crowns. Yes, thank you. I'll do 1,000,000 bloody a million graveyard quests, even though I hate them. We move on. I know we're low on food, but I'm not stealing from people. Yeah, right now I will do 1 million of these quests, even though I hate them, because they're likely to be filled with undead, because that's 306 crowns now that we owe. Everyone's going to be really, really pissed off. How many? How many ghouls? 8. Okay. That's easy. We can do that. You pause. Can you... You can get a stun off. Not that it's really going to help because we can't... Excuse me. We can't attack from that distance. But let's get the kitty cat out. And he is going to really unleash the falcon so we can actually see where all the bad guys are. So we're good now. We know where they all are. We know where all the trees that block our paths are. All good. Next round we'll bring out the dog. You are going to shield wall up, even though there's not much chance that those guys are going to get close enough. And so are you. You can't hit anything from that distance, so we might just shield wall. You can shield wall. And what's that one? Prepare to smackdown. You can shield wall. No. Wrong button. Like, there's no chance to hit any of these. So just wait. And you're waiting as well. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a possibility. But we'll release the doggy as well. And then if we stun him so he can't attack, then that's going to mean you're going to survive a little bit longer because they can't get to you from there or there. So this one, the only way it can get to you is to try and go all the way around, and he can't because he's blocked by the doggy. So that is good. End of your go. You can't really throw to there or to there, so yeah, let's just wait. I think it's time to get that out, and you can move to there so that you can attack that area next turn. Shield wall just in case. Shield wall. That was no good. Here we go. Daze you again, or stun, or whatever it was. that one. And switch. Pause you. I think I want him to move in first. Move to there. And then attack. Oh, they go all the way around that way. Okay. Ah, oh, damn. I thought I was pressing F on this guy and I just F'd on Opson, so he skipped a turn. What I need to do is come down here with the pike and shift this guy out and bring the pike in. That's what I need to do. Can you stun him from here, please? Thank you. So at least Opson doesn't get attacked this round. Skip that. You move out of there. There we go. The dog will get in. Now we got it. So what does that do? That does 55 to 80. That does more. And you missed. Bring you in behind the dog just in case. Actually, you could move to there eventually. Move to there. Next round you can attack. Yeah, I don't like that chance of getting hitting my own guy, so we'll won't worry about that. And stun again, please. Wonderful. I'll tell you what, even if there isn't a character type in this game that can heal in combat, just having the seer being able to stun an opponent like this is really useful. I love it. I think it's great. Because I can basically just keep that guy stun locked so he can't attack back. I mean, I just stunned him as well. Actually, that must have been the... Because normally, I don't think that stun attack normally does... I don't think that attack normally does a stun. Yeah. So that must have been the feat he's got. Okay. Bit of loot, bit of coinage. I mean, that's the main thing. And all of those body parts will sell pretty good when we get back to town. So hopefully our mood will improve when we get back to town, because we're getting 720 crowns and we should be selling that stuff for a bit. What I want to look at, though, is your perks. That one there, 25% chance to apply daze on a hit, whereas when you're using that... Oh no, there is a 30% chance to stun on the overhead strike, so that's what did it. So we still haven't seen this fire off, this daze. Okay. Lady Jocelyn has a level. I could take +4 here to allow us to take 4 more people in the squad, but I think I would be better off taking something else. And seeing as the main weapon she's using at the moment is actually a polearm, I should probably take a polearm mastery. I thought there was I thought polearm mastery also allowed you to attack from one further away. Like you could attack from 3 squares away. But I must be thinking of something else. Yep, we'll do that. Did I miss something? Hang on, that still said she had a level. What did I not do? Did I not pick the perk? I didn't pick the perk properly. There we go. Polearm mastery. Wonderful. Let's get back there as quickly as we can. There we go. And let's camp for the night. I forgot to set anything. That's all right. Time to get moving. Antidote and paint remover is what we can use for these things with. I've never really used the antidote. Come out of that. Let's just sell it. Finally, a grip of cash. Yeah, we need some tools. We need some ammo. Oh, damn it, look at that. It was 50 ammo. Oh, I'll take that as well. I'm not going to buy anything else. I think all I'm going to do is take this mission, whatever it is. Deliver some cargo, 3 days away. 15 crowns per head. 360 when we arrive. Okay, fine. Provisions will be provided on the way. Good, because I'm low on provisions. Let's go. I may not even have enough money to pay. He said it was 3 days travel away. If it is, I might not have enough money to pay for everybody the wages, because we're going to be negative again. I think the biggest problem I've got is I think my main characters are really quite expensive on the daily pay. Yeah, I'm paying 54 for the assassin, 39 for the captain, 29 for the ranger, 27 for the wise woman, and 25 for the crusader, and 25 for the berserker. I'm only paying out of the 214. Out of the 214 I'm paying out a day, 199 of that goes to my original 6 guys. That's why I'm having so much money problems. So this is a good... Not our problem. Yeah, we're paying out way too much money for our main characters. It was a good starting point because it seemed like it would be easy, and it isn't. The fights have been so easy because these guys are so good. There is another starting point that you can pick where it just picks a completely random party. And by random, it says anywhere from 1 to 6 starting members. So I've actually started it once and it gave me just 1 person. Another time it gave me 2. And they can be anything. They can be beggars or they could be sword masters. You just don't know. But I think those starts would be better because at the moment, these 6 guys that you start with cost you so much per day. Like, we're still in the red here. We're not making money because we're paying out $200 a day to our main guys. We're out of food. We're out of tools. and we're out of money because they cost us too much. I get the feeling that very soon, if I can't keep ahead of this and keep doing missions that are going to give me enough money... Yeah, Dace just left. So there goes my crew. No, Dace was the ranger. So Dace is gone. Yeah. So we're down a ranger now. He left his bow. He left his gear, though, thankfully. So this seems like a really easy start to the game, but it's not. So the thing is I don't think you should be paying for those guys. Those 6 guys, they're your party. They're a group of adventurers. They should be in it for the adventure. Sure, pay for food. Why am I doing this in the middle of the night? God, I'm an idiot. Sure, you pay for their food, but you shouldn't have to pay them a daily wage, and certainly not that huge amount. Daze the dog, summon the cat. We've just lost our automatic dog every combat and our automatic Falcon Scout every combat because we couldn't afford to keep everybody. And you watch, if one of these new guys dies in this mission, or anyone dies really, but if one of these new guys dies in this mission, everyone is going to be running away so quickly because they're all already wavering because they're upset because they're not getting paid enough. Vicious kitty. Time to get the big guns out. Any hit's a good hit. You two seriously didn't just line up for me like that. Like, okay, maybe you didn't. Let's stun that guy. What? Too far away? How can that be too far away? Can you move to there and then stun that guy? Thank you very much. although I probably shouldn't have attacked that one because he really wasn't threatening. I should have attacked that one. Oh, that was stupid. I thought it was there I was going, not there. What about... There we go. It's over. Good, we got some coin in loot. Oh, we're there. What do we got? Backstabber, onslaught, bullseye, smashing shields, executioner, bloody harvest, gifted, fortified mind, anticipation, composure, dodge. Take backstabber, I think. And then you, backstabber, onslaught, bloody harvest. G'day, Saint Salvius. How you doing? Kicking, executioner, gifted, fortified mind, rallying the troops, dodge, and shield bash. I think backstabber is a good option for you too. And that, and that, and that sounds good. Can we get back to town and get paid before we have to pay out our next 200 gold? Yes, we can. Thank God for that. Can we hire somebody to replace? Rat catchers are always pretty good. But we've got a minstrel, our rat catcher, a brawler, a monk. This is what I wanted. I wanted a monk. Let's hire the monk. Let's go have a look. What has he got? Optimist, Night Blind. That's fine. He's got some range skill and 1 pip. He's got good melee defense and good fatigue, so he's going to make a bit of an archer by the looks of it. But we should probably make him a slinger because he can only get sling mastery. He can't get bow mastery. But Can he do anything magic-like on the field to heal people? No. What does that do? Okay. Onslaught, Smackdown, Bloody Harvest, Smashing Shields, Backstabber, Gifted, Fortified Mind, Rally the Troops, Composure, Medicine Ingredients. Okay, Steadfast, Rotation, Relentless, True Believer, Taunt, Resilient, Staff Block, all the different masteries in Peaceful. Content to be in the reserve and consumes half rations. Bandage Mastery. Okay. Lithe, Stalwart, Underdog, Blend In, Clarity, Favoured Enemy, Werdeganger, Double Strike, Staff Spins, Heavy Rocks, Headhunter, Return Favour, Sundering Strikes, Forceful Swing, Mind Over Body, Inspiring Presence, Camouflage, Matching Set, Balance, Field Triage. Only heals up to 20 health per use though, and it's all the way down there. Rebound, Evasion, Inspire, Indomitable, Perfect Focus, Favourite Enemy, Never Sounds, Push the Advantage, Killing Frenzy, Battle Flow. So he will be able to do some at some point. He really is a bit of a range character though, so we might end up giving him a sling eventually, because he'll make the best use of that. But for now, let's put a jacket on those monk's robes and give him a hood, and he can be a bit of an archer for a bit. Oh, and let's give him... Where were we? Let's give him that as well, just to increase our carry capacity. No, actually, we'll just swap that out. That is better, isn't it? Yeah. So he's not wearing monk's robes. Big deal. It's not like he's going to complain, although we should be giving him a backup weapon too, so give him that dagger. Okay, let's sell off the rest. Don't want that, don't want that. Keep that, sell that, keep those, sell that. Dried fruit. We need food. We have almost none. At this point, all we can really afford is that. And that's expensive, but we'll take it. That's 2 days. Make it 3. 194 for a sling. That's terrible. That really is. I wonder if you can use a shield with a sling. You should be able to, you know. What's the other mission? Delivery. 210. It's barely going to cover my wages to get there. Now that I realise that this is the problem that we're going to face all the time, I'm really not happy with this playthrough, with these characters. Where are we going? Oh my god, all the way up there? Bloody hell. Oh, and we get attacked. Maybe we can make some money from these guys. Get us some gear. yeah, you can't you can't hire anybody else. You could probably dismiss some of the guys and just hire regulars if you wanted to. I didn't try to get rid of anybody because I wasn't really taking notice of the fact that they were costing me that much. Because we were sort of doing all right. We were surviving. But the problem was I then spent several hundred to hire a couple of new guys. And that's when I started to notice how much we were hemorrhaging each day to pay for the 6 originals that we had. I don't remember if this was listed as a 1, 2 or a 3 skull difficulty at the start when you picked the campaign. I don't recall. But it certainly now feels like it's at least a 2, if not more. If I had have just waited longer to add the extra people to the point where I was making just a little bit more money, we would be all right still, I think. It just always feels hard to me to be making significant amounts of money when there's only 6 of you in the party, even though we're doing really great in the combats with those original 6. Excuse me, we were having no problems with anything we came across. We probably could have even tried a 3 skull mission at some point. But it also seemed like a lot of the early missions were really cheap in the amount of money they were giving us. Like they would want us to go and deliver a package like this, but only for 100 crowns. You know, and normally you get like 200 or 300 crowns for that sort of delivery. But it might have only been giving us 100 crowns because there was only 6 people in our party too. Whereas, you know, I try and get to the, you know, up to 8, 10, 12 as quickly as I can. You can't get anybody from there, so let's pause. And we'll pause you as well until they get closer. Starting to look like the cat's going to do all the work here. I'm going to start moving in, I think. Keeping him here for defense, though. And you can move in. But you'll be switching to your axe in a minute, I think. No, still can't hit anybody. You probably can't daze anybody from... Oh, you can. Okay. Stop him from attacking any of my guys. That will work wonderfully. Okay. Apparently sometimes the cat just does whatever the hell it wants. It doesn't necessarily attack targets that make sense. These guys running away now, or what's going on? It's all a little bit weird. Let's get you there. I feel like they're all going to run away now. We're not going to have a chance to catch them. just so noticeably different. Damn it, can't stun. Can't cast against them, too far away. It's over. Oh, look at that. We got a sling. Let's give you that sling. Take that away. And what I want to do is just really quickly test this out. Can he have a shield? He can have a shield with the sling. Very nice. So he can be protected while he is slinging. Very good. Oh man, another group. $11 of them. Bloody hell. The eternal struggle. Cat v dog. Shield wall. Shield wall and spear wall. Nah, screw it. Just get in there. Same with you. Damn it, I was hoping one of those would hit. I want that guy out of my line of sight. So what have we got? We've got swing. Which looks good. We've got split, which can do those two. We've got slash, which can just do one at a time. So I think we're doing that. Lovely. Shield wall. Who are you going to stun? Let's... He is the most dangerous person on the field at the moment, so he definitely needs to be stunned. You're pretty harmless, actually, because we're just going to kill you like that. And you're sick and tired of running around with a spear, so you want the axe out. And you're just going to shield wall there. That cat is a murder machine. And the cat's name is Cleo. There you go. I didn't even realise they had names. Because it's a summoned cat. He's still stunned, so let's stun him as well. Yeah, we'll never catch him. Oh, you killed Cleo. That wasn't very nice. It's over. Okay, couple more levels. Average loot, but some more coin, which is good. Keep us going for a little bit longer. We got levels, so... Hermescent, we will... What do we got? Throwing Mastery, Poison Immunity, Unarmed Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Cleaver Mastery, Axe Mastery, Hammer Mastery, Flail Mastery, Mace Mastery. Well, it's got to be Axe Mastery, doesn't it? And then that, sure, I'll give you all of those ones. And then you, options, are going to get Two-Handed Sword Mastery. And that, and that, and that. Oh man, are we going to get attacked again? Uncharted Cave. Wow. Haven't seen that before. Feels like it would have been quicker to stick to the road, but no. This mod is on Nexus Mods. It is the Legends beta mod. It's actually a little bit fiddly because it doesn't really mesh well with a lot of other mods. So the exact, like, I normally have a lot of mods running, but in this case I've only got, let me have a quick look. I've added the additional keybinds in, which is what gives me the ability to quickly do the swapping of weapons in combat. Combat log, Hunter's Hat, the Legends beta, proximity settlement prices, scoutable locations, and show enemy stats. There are some ones that just definitely don't work with it, and you don't need to use the hooks mod because it's included in it. But some of the things like the speed mods, like the fast trap, the speed up, so that you can go and use like speeds 3 and 4 to move, they don't work with this. They tend to break it. And there's a couple of mods. There's one called Numbers, the one that would put after the text that says many, it would put in brackets 4 to 6. I added that mod in the other day. It doesn't work. And what else did I have to disable? Well, that was it pretty well. I was going to add some other mods in though, but I decided not to because this one is known to be a little bit touchy, but it is really interesting. Like you can have spellcasters. I still have yet to see anyone that does healing in combat via magic, but there's simple magical spellcasters, and this Wise Woman / Seer one that you can get has some pretty good, they're not great, but just the ability to stun an opponent and just keep applying that every round and it never misses. No, the Numbers isn't in the original. You might be thinking of something a bit different. But anyway, gonna sell all of this and that and that. We still haven't repaired that, so I'm gonna sell it and that and that and that and that. Right. We have a little bit of money again. What is that? A tower shield. You're probably seeing them in a different... I don't know. I'm probably not explaining it very well. No, not out in the campaign map. So when you go into combat and it pops up that first screen that says, a few bandit raiders, many bandit poachers, right? And so you look at that and you go, okay, that can be 1 to 3 bandit raiders, and that can be 4 to 6 poachers. Well, if you don't know that many equals 4 to 6, on that screen is where this mod adds the numbers in so that you can be sure. Because if you didn't notice on the campaign map what you were coming against, or if you go and raid a POI and you get close to the POI and it just says a few bandit raiders, some bandit poachers, you won't know what if you don't know that few is 1 to 3, some is 4 to 6, many is 6 to 10 or whatever. If you don't know what those are, that's what this mod does. On those pop-ups, it actually gives you the numbers after the few and the many so that you can get a better idea. Because unless you went to the wiki, there was no way to work out the numbers that would appear, that would be there for those. I only knew that because I saw it on the wiki and went, that's what those are. That gives you a better idea as to how many are actually in those groupings on those screens. But if you see on the campaign map that you're coming across, say, 7 opponents, and then when you actually go into the battle, it says a few of this and many of that, you can go, okay, well, what's the split going to be? Because a few could be 2 or 3, and many can be 4 to 6. If there's only going to be 7, it's likely that it's going to be like 3 of the first group and 4 in the second. Or it might be 2 in the first group and 5 in the second. Right? So that's what that numbers mod does. It puts, after the few and the many, it puts the numbers in. That's it. Anyway, I hate to do this, guys, because I know, St. Sylvius, you've just got in, and looks like Rats KQ has as well. But I've been streaming for 4 hours. It's 10:30 now. I've got to get up and go to my mother's for Mother's Day tomorrow. And on top of that, I have a toothache. So I think I'm going to call it, and this is going to be the end of the stream. But thank you very much, everybody, for joining me. I've had fun. I'm really liking this mod. I think this is probably what I'm going to be playing from now on. And I'm going to continue on in this playthrough, but this start is very, very hard. Thanks for the follow, Rats KO. I thought it was KQ, but it's my typing is that small on my screen. We'll come out of this. What I'll actually just show you is, if I save and quit, I'll actually just show you guys the new campaign options. And this is the one that I picked. It's only a 1 skull mission. So you start as an adventuring party. An unlikely meeting in a tavern, an unlikely group of strangers forming an adventuring party. They set out in search of both dragons and dungeons. A party of overpowered adventurers, each with their own skills. This sounds like the perfect start. But there's 2 problems with it. 1, it's always the same characters. It's a berserker, a rogue, a holy crusader, a seer or wise woman, so a magic user, a captain, and a ranger. It's always those 6. And they cost you about 200 crowns a day in wages, which is a hell of a lot for a starting group. Now, admittedly, the rogue always starts at level 3 and the captain at level 2, but still, 200 crowns a day is a lot of money to make when you've only got a party of 6. And I didn't seem to notice it at first because I seemed to just be cruising along without too much trouble. As soon as I spent some money to hire 2 new people, and you spend a couple of 100 crowns to hire a person, that just dropped the amount of money I had down to a level where I was struggling to get back up to that level where I could feel comfortable again with the 200 crowns a day I was paying for that group. You have a lot of the normal missions, but you can start as a lone assassin, and you're an avatar in this case. You can start as a lone beggar, which is really hard. That's why it's got 3 skulls, because everybody hates you. And you can't hire, all the noble houses hate you. You can't hire anyone that isn't a lowborn peasant, and you're an avatar as well. So if your beggar character dies, that's it. You can... all of these ones are normal. Random party. This one sounds great, but it is random. And so I've started this one a couple of times when I was testing, because I was testing out the mods to make sure they were all working. And sometimes you start with just one person or two, and they can be anything. So it's not like the adventuring party where they start out as, good characters, berserkers and blah, blah, blah. I started one time and I think I had a beggar, and that was it. And so that was basically the single beggar start. But you can have a random solo start or a random trio. Now, the random trio is probably, it's a lot like the New Company one, except it randomizes things a little bit more. The New Company, you always get a two-handed, a one-handed, and a ranged, right? When you start a new company. This random trio, you could get anything. But you could get a swordmaster, a hedge knight, and a high-level ranger. You don't know, but it's completely random. So I'm probably going to be using the random trio more often than not, but you can play as the ranger as well. And then there's the seer. So you can play as a single seer. So you're either playing as the seer or the wise woman, depending on whether you're male or female. The sisterhood, where you can only hire women. So you start off as a nun, I think. Or maybe not, but you can only hire women in this one. And then there's the warlock, where you start as a necromancer, which, strangely enough, doesn't seem to have a lot of negatives to it. So sure, you're a necromancer, so you start with undead companions. You collect human corpses to fashion new minions and maintain them with medical supplies. And you drain blood, feast on corpses, and use your own blood rituals. But being a necromancer isn't seen as a bad thing by other people. It doesn't stop you from... It doesn't say, anyway, that it stops you from hiring any sort of people or anything like that. So that one's a weird one. I might try that one at some point. I haven't actually even started that one yet. But I think, more often than not, I'm probably going to do random trio or random party and just take the chance and hope I get, 6, or more than 3 even. But I have had times when the random trio just gave me 1 or 2, and it was like, oh, that's a terrible start. So anyway, we're not going to start a new one next stream. We're going to continue on with this current group, the Legends, they're called. But I just thought I'd show you those starts, and I'm going to try a few of those out when the Legends die, or the Legends all leave me because I can't pay them enough, which is probably the more likely one to happen soon, because they don't seem to be having any problem in combat, but keeping the money flowing is starting to be a problem. So anyway, yes. When do I stream next? So in about 20 hours. Because I don't know what time it is where you are. But I've been streaming for about 4 hours now. And that time is the time that I normally start. I will be streaming again in about 20 hours. So 6 p.m. most nights, about 6 p.m., anywhere between 6 and 7, but usually about 6 is when I start streaming, and I'm 10 GMT, plus 10 GMT. So that is about 8 a.m. GMT is when I will be starting stream. Yes, I think. So, right, thanks again, guys. Thanks for the follow. T. Opsons and Rats KO. Welcome back, Saint Salvius, my subscriber at the moment. And yeah, see you all tomorrow if you're around. I'll be playing plenty more Battle Brothers. Don't worry. This is my game at the moment. This is the thing. This is what I'm playing, and probably Battle Brother Legends for a while. So, thanks, and catch you later.